Hello, Diablo. Rare Sunday stream? Maybe to some degree. I think my Sunday streams are not maybe rarer than other days, but not all that rare in the grand scheme of things. Hmm. Okay. I think I want to go get something to drink. Although I don't think I'm gonna go do tea. So you know what? Okay, AFK. Just 5 minutes. Thanks to Starlink, I can harass you in your chat over the Atlantic Ocean. You're flying and using in-flight fancy internet. Wait, why are you not playing Counter-Strike then? US time. Um, I see. Enjoy. So hello everybody. Okay, let me go get something to power up. Just to caffeinate myself a little bit, and then we can start. So the main plan for today is to it's this. It's to show people how to use Scripty and Super HTML, since Andrew Kremsky was asking yesterday, and I realized never really had any kind of explanation for people. So so this time I'm actually going to make it easy for people to use my stuff. I thought it wasn't that hard, but turns out I really never left any breadcrumb even. So good enough for RuneScape, but not CS. I see. Uh, okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, let's see. Oh yeah, there's a blog post from Mark Ladd. So that is today. About minimal viable Zig error contexts. Um, yeah, I think I know what he's going to say, at least in part. So basically, what he's suggesting is if you don't want to do if you don't want to do diagnostics, the poor man version of that is you add a bunch of defer logging, and so when the error triggers, the defer triggers, and it prints some context. I think that is fair. That works. Um, this is probably like this is decent for like CLI tools, for internal tools, let's say, like not user facing programs. Um, Although, you know what? I actually think that you can even do better than this because, coincidentally, talking about Super HTML, I don't know if I still do it, but at the very least, at a point in time, my entire error printing strategy in Super HTML was this. Because the way that the Super HTML evaluation was structured, assuming that the templates parse, so like if there's a parsing failure, then there was a different mechanism that did use diagnostics. But let's say that you get a runtime error when evaluating an expression in Super HTML. So the way it would work is that essentially it would literally print immediately. Look, I got this error here, and then as the error bubbles up, more general context gets added. For example, um, you have the function that evaluates the expression that fails, does the printing telling you about that expression, and then the error bubbles up to the function where you are evaluating the template as a whole. And so in there, the error print tells you that this error happened while evaluating that template. Um, so, long story short, it would just provide you with um, a very easy to understand um, error trace. Um, well, I don't error trace in the sense of list of errors that goes from uh, specific to generic, not error trace in the specific sense of Zig error traces. So to conclude, I think that this actually can be taken pretty far to the point where um, all you have to do is like you make this error a little bit better maybe than just this, but then you just make sure to mute this in release builds. Like in release builds, you make sure that essentially instead of bubbling up it from main, from main you catch the error and you avoid printing this error trace, and the end result can be absolutely fine for users. Hookable error turns. The error message is logged even if the error is subsequently handled. Yeah, that is something where you have to um, you have to make sure that the error is uh, well, maybe not like let's say fatal. Like the error has to be reported. Yeah, especially important where cancellation is a possible error for any IO operation. Well, what you would do is not do the error printing where when you get canceled. You don't print from canceled. Like you never print from canceled. Huh. So I mean, and his point is makes sense. Like if this is the structure that you want to use, then this doesn't really allow you to do that. What I just described really well. I believe today you can still capture errors from RTFer, but that feature I believe is going away. Unfortunately, that is such an unfortunate thing. Um, because I think it was like a kick-ass feature, except for the fact that it had like soundness problem. Or in any case, it had design problems, which is why it's going. But um, but in any case, you can just change this a little bit. You can change this slightly. You know, instead of doing try, you do their open file. You catch the catch does the logging, and conditionally depending on the error, and that's it. Actually, I would even argue that is something that you would want to do anyway, um, because you want to print different things, not just like yeah. I think that this should just become a more normal catch plus logging. That way you just have no drawbacks. Funny thing, it often miscompiled anyway because the compiler only used it like twice. It was basically untested. Um, yeah, it was not a feature used by the compiler. I mean, especially capturing and then switching. Uh, I used it. There's a bunch of there's a lot of usage of that in Zine. Unfortunately, one thing that I was leveraging a lot in Zine is having a function that could not error out. So like this is the function, but without the exclamation mark. And then internally, I would use try for anything that allocates, and then I had a defer capture error capture R, and then switch on R and map out of memory to a no return function. So map out of memory to a function that I called that essentially just prints out of memory and then calls process exit. And that essentially what allowed me to have one function without having to split, you know, between foo and then foo impl or, you know, foo inner foo, whatever you want to call it. So just one function, no error return, or maybe did have error returns, but, you know, that error set did not contain out of memory. And then I could still use try because defer was mapping that error to no return. That was in my opinion, the highest peak of Zig thing that you can do. Except that, well, it's going away. It was too much Zig for even the Zig core team. Okay, let's get working. Let us get working. So, where does our adventure start? Uh, yeah, that is fine. That is good. This is good, Zig. Um, but um, but mapping a specific error to a no return function in order to take it out of the overall function error set, so that you could use a try in a function that didn't have an error return. That was amazing. Okay, let's start from Scripty. Our adventure starts in Scripty, where we notice one thing: we don't have a README. Also, here's another thing that we notice. Um, I want to use Helix a little bit more. Because I am starting, actually, I've started a while ago already, to forget how to um, use Helix keybinds correctly. This is remember a bunch of stuff. Did it actually update Helix or not? I hope it did. In any case, I'm starting to forget how to do Helix editing correctly, like using Helix keybinds, because Flow still doesn't implement them really well. And I don't want to completely lose that muscle memory. So I want to use Helix a little bit. Uh, so that yeah, so that I don't lose everything. So what are we doing here? Actually, first of all, git status, git diff. What do we have in here? So here we have a fuzz test with some stuff commented out. It was not committed. Okay, so do we Zig build? Also, I'm using a 017 build of Zig, but apparently it doesn't cause any error. What's in the zone file also? 016, perfect. Okay, so far so good. Actually, Zig build test. Perfect. Okay, so far so good. So let's add that change. I don't know, fuzzing. Okay. Then here's what we are missing. We're missing a readme.md. Oops, and I said that I would use Helix. Okay, so let's do the readme stuff. So scripty. Um, scripty is a tiny scripting language that only meant to be embedded in strings or other similar constructs within within mm, 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 within another so basically what I'm trying to say is you stuff script into HTML, you stuff it into markdown, you can stuff it into other stuff also. So the idea is that it's meant to be stuffed into strings or other similar constructs in other like languages. But I should those languages be, could they be programming languages? Technically yes, but I think it's not an interesting use case. So let's just say markup languages. RSSR within document. You know what? Just say document. As an example, scripty is used by super HTML to template to create HTML templates. I guess we can do this. maybe we could make it better. We could say something like, hmm, instead of tags, we could do like siblings or something. I don't know. This is fine. Does the Z compiler team only communicate on the ZSF Zulip, or there are other places to follow the development? Well, there's another obvious place where you can follow development, which is the repository itself. So, um, let's say that quote unquote serious communication happens via issues and PRs. So, if there is a language proposal, the language proposal is um, made and discussed in an issue. That being said, yes, there are, of course, a lot of other, like, let's say smaller discussions. Those happen on the Zulip or on the Zig IRC channel. Although I would say that the Zulip is the more appropriate place, but, Andrew, I believe, is on both. So ultimately, if you can find him, like if your point is running something by him, you can do that in either place. Um, but yeah, Zulip is probably more appropriate because I think there's more people, there are more contributors on Zulip than there are on IRC. So I have some copy about this, even though Scripty does not have a README. I have some copy about this on the Zine docs. Yeah, you know what? I like this example more. Okay. This example contains three. And you know what? Each needs this. Okay, there we go. Hmm. Anyone using Zine here? I mean, I am. I'm thinking of changing my website to use it since most of my articles are in Markdown. Um, yeah, you can give it a shot. If you download Zine and then run Zine init in an empty directory, you can get a feeling for how it works. There's also support for there's a GitHub action so that you can easily use it with GitHub pages. You know what? I should do the work to port everything also to Codeberg so that you can do the same on Codeberg. Mm, I'm trying to say that you only build expressions with Ziggy, but I'm finding hard to find a good way of saying this. Let me reread more. Script is a tiny scripting language. Is very simple. I think tiny is fine. Scripting language is meant to be embedded in strings or other similar constructs within a document. Scripting only supports the basic syntax necessary to access fields, call functions, refer to basic literals. Uh, let's also do this. Oh, you know, also we're missing floats. And I think this is all. This is all. Mm, the scripty has no uh, blocks or statements. So um, can only build expressions. Actually, let's do it this way. It's only basically necessary to build expressions. The way to context for a scripty expression is entirely defined by you. I think let's change this to Zine. Okay. So far so good. Uh, we need an example file, I think. Usage. See. Yeah, this I think this is fine. Okay, examples. Basic.zig. We need to mkey their examples. Now, here's the problem. Uh, if we want our example to work, it needs to be able to import root. So maybe the example needs to go in source, because as things stand, this example will not be, like, you're not going to be able to run it. Um, Interestingly enough, we do have an example on how to set up a VM, because we have this for fuzzing. Although it's yeah, it's in here. This is it. Uh, I think we can do it like this. You just have example.zig. There we go. So example.zig. What do we have in there? We're gonna need to copy some stuff from VM essentially. Also, we're gonna need to const script equals import root.zig. In your case, this would be an import scripty. Yes. Then we go in VM, and let's copy some of the boilerplate here. Test value, test context, test CTX, test interpreter. Okay, so we copy this stuff here, and then we rename it a little bit. Can we rename this a little bit? Oh, there's problems. So this is okay. So this is scripty.vm. Types. Import std. Okay, so far so good. Let's rename this from test value to example value, and example context. And then context instance. Okay, let's then add some explanations. Uh, what do we say? We say in scripty, um, you can customize essentially everything. Uh, Essentially everything. Well, no, let's do it let's say the other way around. In scripty, you are expected to uh, in scripty, basic literals are always basic literals. Or let's say basic types. Uh, int, string, int, float, bool uh, are expected to be present, but everything else is um, but everything else is up to you. Well, it's for you to define. This union defines uh, the the various value types that um, can be returned by a scripty expression. Okay, maybe a global site page string bool int float. Okay. In this example, also, you know what? I think that maybe the context definition should go first. Um, yeah, let's start from this. This is the definition. This is the type definition for your evaluation context. Every script expression will start from this value. Uh, and well, we start by accessing a field of this struct. For example, dollar version. I think this can be just an EG. Dollar site. I think we should also make it so that this thing can have um, private fields so that we can showcase private fields. If a property, if a field starts with an underscore, all right, let's say this. You have the ability to um, personalize the behavior of scripty whenever evaluating uh, a field navigation expression, e.g., dollar page dot title. By default, by using types dot default dot, the expression will be mapped one to one to struct navigation, i.e., in the previous page dot title will return the title field of page. When using types dot default dot, any field that starts with an underscore will not be accessible through scripty. This is useful for um, making This is useful to make available resources such as allocators to function implementations without letting uh while preventing the user from being able to access them directly. Let's do that. Let's do this. So let's do like underscore allocator. Although the allocators are being passed around, we do pass GPA already, which I think it's something that we should remove. I think it would be cool if hello neurosite. I think it would be cool if if you knew that a scripty expression couldn't even allocate memory unless you give it access to an allocator. Um, that being said, there are other ways of making this work, and having quote unquote like institutional knowledge of whether function allocates or not would be cool, because then you could factor that into static analysis. Um, of which there is almost nothing right now. Like Scripty currently cannot do static analysis much. But that was in my plans to do that. And hello, hello. It was my plan to do that, and it is actually not rocket science. Like there's definitely uh, cool stuff that you can do without even too much effort. In any case, so what do we put in here? RNG, and it's a std dot random. Is this the interface? This is the interface indeed. For example. Okay. Let's do develop. Also, we're not giving methods to these guys. We should give them methods so that people can see this. So, um, let's give a method to page. Looks awesome. Well, uh, this is the guy who makes it. So, welcome to the ecosystem. Uh, okay, so maybe this should be above here. Maybe this explanation should go here. And then we can give site example built-ins. Now, how do you do built-ins? So we have built-ins for Okay, what does default call do? Creates a call function that searches if the value has built-ins for, and if so, calls value.built-ins for. Otherwise, it calls default built-ins for a given value. And what would default built-ins for be? If it's a pointer, navigates into it. Otherwise, if it's a struct, searches for a field named built-ins on the type. So it's a decal. Okay, so let's go into Zine briefly just to double check that that's how I was doing it. If we go to page, for example, oh man, you know what? Page is a bad idea. This boy is too complicated. Let's do site. Site should be simpler. Yeah. So there you go. That's how this looks like. I should probably copy this stuff and just paste it. I think we can make do without these. I wish Super HTML scripting could be used for server render web pages without introducing an interpreter on the request path. What? I mean, okay, I think I understand what you're saying. So, yes, currently there is no support for compiling templates. So, yes, they need to be evaluated by the interpreter, by the VM. Um, I have not explored it yet, but compiling templates is a thing that can be done. I'm not like super good when it comes to this stuff, so I'm sure that there's like out there people that live and breathe this kind of stuff and would know how to get there way more directly than I do. But I've been thinking about this, and um, yeah, it's not that hard. I think that the basically what like my advantage is that this stuff is so constrained by design. Like Scripty is meant to be as simple as possible, and actually, I think that some further simplifications could be made to Scripty. So, like I think that that you know how essentially the only blocker that I believe you can find to that prevents you from being able to write a compiler for your template, for example, would be if you have some semantics that are particularly hostile to that kind of stuff, like that require you to maintain a high level of dynamicism no matter what you do. Uh, and Scripty doesn't really do that much, and the little bit that it does, again, can be ironed out of it, and the same applies to Super HTML. So yeah, I haven't implemented it yet, but it is definitely super doable to implement a compiler for Super HTML. And actually, I think that it would be trivial to have to produce highly optimized um, precompiled templates because is to compile the templates to Z code. Exactly. That would be the idea. That if you do that, then your template evaluation logic goes through LLVM optimizations, and you essentially it's as good as it's ever gonna get essentially. So yeah, that would be the trick. I even think I have not, so I cannot state this with full certainty because I have not done it yet, but I have vague memories of thinking about this. Compiling the templates to Zig code could even be done, I think, by having just one Zig source file and then essentially the compilation phase um, of the template produces data that then you consume at compile time from one generic Zig template. So my point is that I cannot say this with full certainty, but I think you can even do this without requiring you to do actual code generation. I think that, you can make a data structure that says print this chunk of HTML, then evaluate this condition, then print this HTML, and then you take this, sequence of operations and you feed them to a script that loops over these operations at comp time and unrolls them. And I think that way you basically can use comp time instead of source generation. There are limits to like it could certainly be done. There are probably limits and corner cases that maybe I'm not thinking about, but I think that you can do this. It is not, it's not that hard. Like even if what I just described doesn't work, worst case, yeah, you start generating Z code, but it's not that hard because scripty is not that hard, nor super HTML. Okay, so here. Context.call error. Wait, what? This is from Zine. Context.call error. Huh. We did formalize this here. I don't remember how this stuff is supposed to work. Man. So as I was saying, I think. Oh wait, what the fuck am I? Oh god, I'm modifying Zine. I should not be modifying Zine. Okay, this goes here. This goes here. Oh, there's also error. Yeah, I didn't update it, but I am using Helix temporarily. Yes, I normally use Flow, but right now I'm using Helix because I want to uh, have a refresher of uh, what editing with Helix looks like, because Flow does not implement 100% correct Helix editing for yet, and I was getting rusty. Going to open issues against Flow? No, I'm sorry. I'm too dumb for this. Like I'm just a random user. Like you're asking me to, make a proper mental model of how Helix works. I don't have the brain capacity for that right now. Honestly, I don't know if I have it in general, but it's tough. Look, the next challenge for me that I already don't really uh, you know, deep in my soul, I already don't want to do it, but I know I have to, is um, learning how C compilation works partially in order to contribute to ROCC and translate C. And man, that is already going to, make my soul thin, and like in that the was it Dark Souls, when you lose your humanity, that's how I'm gonna come out of that thing. So uh i I know that there's a bunch of nuance in how you do yeah, see, yeah, awesome, that's definitely how I would call it. I agree for sure, awesome. um but I know that there's a bunch of nuance in how editing works, and I'm just not ready to load that stuff into my brain right now. I'm sorry. I know that this is the lazy, annoying, parasite user perspective on things, but I just can't. I promise you that if I didn't have anything else to do, I would gladly contribute this. but this is not the moment. Hmm, actually, we can do better. I think we can do return. Okay. Okay. So we have a built-in. Hopefully, this is good enough. Okay. Now let's take a look at this thing. Scripty basic types are expected to be present, but everything else is for you to define. This unit defines the various value types that can be returned by a scripty expression. Um, well, I think we can leave it as this. This is the tag. Then dot. Yeah, you know what? It's actually kind of a little bit backwards because um, this is where it starts. When you're doing dot on something, it starts here. Uh, Mm. Do you have any thoughts on it? If you look at the VOD of this video, or if you're on YouTube, you can just roll back the playhead, and yeah, I read it earlier and discussed it briefly. I don't have, like, to be clear, the comments are not I don't have any groundbreaking commentary on it. But I did talk about my experience with using a similar pattern. Zig target is explicitly controlled, but what prevents you from exceeding the stack limit at runtime and stack overflowing? Um, Pass by value versus pass by reference is strict like Rust, though, or does the compiler always chooses for you? Um, what prevents you from exceeding the stack limit at runtime? Well, here's the problem. Stack sizes are dynamic, so um, a program. So the problem is that it depends on the system that you're on. Like, even if you're running the same program on two instances of Linux, the same distro, the same kernel version, just two different machines, one configured to have a given stack size limit and the other one has a different one, then you'll stack overflow on one and not on the other. So long story short, um, it's impossible to guarantee statically that your application will not stack overflow. That being said, let's add some more, like, context to this. When you run a program, the program can ask for more stack space. So if the program were to know that it needs, let's say, uh, 8 megabytes of stack in order to run without problems, then your program at startup can inspect what is the current stack size and request more. The OS could deny that request, but in general, if you're not asking for something stupid, that's not a problem. Last point, programs generally do not know statically what is their biggest stack size, especially if you have recursion. So if you have recursion, or in any case, you end up with like some kind of like function call loop, then it will be unclear what is your biggest stack size. Then if that depth of stack depends on user input, good fucking luck. You just can't. Um, there is a proposal which is accepted, and it is an important proposal. So we're not talking about just a random idea that maybe will happen, maybe won't happen. We're talking about a serious proposal where the idea is to have the Z compiler evaluate the deepest call stack that your program can have, uh, turn recursion into a compile error. I'll explain in a moment what you do when you need recursion, but turn it into a compile error, meaning that you cannot just um, implicitly leverage the stack to support your recursion. And so that way, Zig will be able to uh, gain static knowledge of what is the maximum amount of stack space that you need. Uh, that is going to be, I believe, maybe non trivial, but doable for Zig source code for sure. Then you have a problem where, what if you link against a C library? Now you have C functions that get called, right? But the last time I talked to Andrew, he was saying that it is not hard to perform this computation also on like static libraries. Like, you can, um, even if what you have is a precompiled artifact, it's not too hard to obtain that information by analyzing the precompiled artifact. Um, and so that way, the program will know what its maximum stack depth is. And so at that point, your program will be able to say, okay, I need 6 megabytes, or I need 8 megabytes. So at startup, it asks for 8 megabytes, and at that moment on, you know that you're not going to Stack Overflow, unless some other bug um, causes illegal behavior. So what does that mean for recursion at that point? Well, first of all, I think recursion is not a good fit for a language like Zig, meaning that I'm assuming that everybody, or at least the majority of people here, know that recursion and looping are essentially equivalent. Are equivalent. So every time you have a recursive algorithm, you can turn that into a while loop, plus a manually managed, growable, like array list. So, like the point is that some forms of recursion require you to consume more memory as you go down the recursion. That part sometimes cannot go away, so you have to do it anyway. But you can manage that memory manually, and then like you the programmer, and then you turn the recursion into a while loop, and it's fine. So I would say that as a way of expressing the code, personally, I believe that you should prefer looping explicitly over recursing. In the past, whenever I had a similar situation, a similar problem, I always tried to use explicit looping over recursion. It's not always that convenient, but you can do it. And I do believe that it is preferable. That's my opinion. But more in general, the idea is that you will be able in Zig to do a thing where, the idea, at least the current plan, is that there's going to be a built-in that you can call to call a function using as stack memory that you allocated yourself manually. So the idea is, instead of just doing the function call that calls itself, that's going to be a compile error, but you will be able to say, okay, this is where I need to recurse. So will call this same function or another function somewhere in your function call loop. But instead of using the current stack, I'm going to use this chunk of memory from the heap as the stack for that function call. And that will force you to handle the case explicitly where there's no more memory available. Like you can make it so that you allocate a chunk of memory for every time you call. It's probably not a good idea, but just to explain the fact that by forcing you to go through these extra steps, now you have the ability. Well, you will be forced to somewhere have a place where you allocate memory, which can fail and which will essentially turn what previously would have been a Stack Overflow into a Zig error code that you can handle. And so at that point, you can decide what you want to do. That is the idea. As for pass by value versus pass by reference, Zig used to do that for you before, but that feature, I don't know if it has already gone away, but it is going away. So you have to do that yourself correctly. Like whenever you pass around a big struct, you should pass it by pointer. Whenever you're passing around a tiny value, you should pass it by value, by copy. Yeah, so it's gonna be an optimization, but that is always something that the compiler could mess around with. Yeah, as an optimization, it's not gonna be part of the language semantics. It's going to be something that maybe, let's say, LLVM does in an optimization pass, maybe doesn't, maybe, it's LLVM, so you never know really what's going on in there. So maybe, every time, every even time that you uh, make a build, it will give it to you. Every odd time that you make a build, it won't give it to you. So it's going to be whatever it's going to be. If the form function should accept a pointer const instead of copy. Hmm. Mm, I think that, now that I'm making this example, there's some clunkiness in here. I think some things could be simplified. There's a bunch of like delegation. The value has a dot function which complains if you try to do dot on a primitive type. Um, but that otherwise delegates to the dot implementation of each particular type. I'm not saying that this is a bad idea. I think this is a good idea, maybe. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of like thread wiring everywhere. Yeah. Uh, okay. Okay, and then we can put a test in here, I guess. All right, this is not flow. I don't know how to get out of completion. Help. It's gonna be some kind of init function, I'm guessing. Oh, there's run. Is there no init? There's the init. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Hello, real Francis. Is he doing well in adoption? I only know of Tiger Beetle. Um, I believe that Zig is doing well in adoption. Yes. Um, I guess it depends on how you define well. But for example, as a proxy, um, when before we left GitHub, we had a star growth that was comparable, slightly higher, but essentially comparable with Rust back when Rust had our age. So today, Rust is more popular than Zig in terms of GitHub stars. Not only those, but since we're talking about GitHub stars, today Rust is has more than we do. But if you align the timelines of back when they had our age, Zig is a younger language, we are essentially at the same level, slightly higher. Uh, so that's good. I can tell you that we have a thing called we have Zig.day, which is a website that we use um, to collect Zig meetups around the world. These are a special kind of meetup. There are more meetups than these. This website is for meetups that have a specific format where people meet up on a Saturday in like an office. So you need to get your hands on an office on a Saturday, and you meet in the morning and you spend the entire day doing collaborative programming. Like you work on projects, passion projects, that kind of stuff, learning projects. Um, so we have a bunch of those, which is pretty cool. Um, I would throw Bun in there. Bun is another project, yeah, that uses Zig, although they've been bought by Anthropic, and well, now that they've been bought by Anthropic, it's kind of a different thing compared to what it was before. I think, at least from my perspective. Um, Cloudflare is using Zig, not just as a tool chain. So, for example, Uber uses Zig as a tool chain, and they're not the only ones. So Uber has a big, I believe it has a big Go monorepo, but they also have a bunch of C dependencies, and they use Zig to compile their C dependencies and cross compile them, and then link against them in their Go projects. But Cloudflare wasn't Zig. Uh, to, 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 there's a I don't remember if this is the blog post. No, this is old. There's a new blog post where they implemented something themselves. Like the fact that they allow you to run WASI blobs on Cloudflare workers, and the fact that you can write them in Zig, that is not interesting. What is interesting is I'm having trouble finding it, but there's uh, Cloudflare version artifacts. There we go. Artifacts. Version storage that speaks Git. And they wrote it. So this is a Cloudflare uh, product that they uh, wrote in Zig. There's that. Uber is a bit behind. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Okay, wait, do we have anything here or not? Do we have just run? Huh. So this starts empty. So I guess we can do I think I should give it a default value, but I guess we can do this. And then we can do pm.run. And to pm.run, what do you pass in? GPA. So let's do this. CTX. Now here's the problem. That context key is immutable, while here we want a mutable pointer. Correctly so. So let's make this a var. So we can say ampersand CTX instance source and then options. Okay, so what's source going to be? Um, dollar site dot link. ZML is also solid. Yeah, ZML is another startup that is using Zig. They're using Zig to do essentially to build AI infrastructure. And let's say more in general machine learning in the sense that it's not a high level product. Um, it's tooling for you to run models and do stuff with them on heterogeneous hardware. There's also Light Panda. Light Panda is a headless browser, which of course, Light Panda used to be a headless browser, period. Of course, now it's a headless browser for AI. But uh, so it's just a browser that is supposed to be fast so that you have any kind of automation um, that involves browsers, then it's faster if you use that. So what are the run options? Diagnostics and quota. Okay, quota. What are the other errors? Out of memory and interrupt. Interrupt. Yeah, right. I don't remember if we. Well, I mean, if it's still there, I guess we do support interrupts. But I think I remember that there were some problems with regards to interrupts. Mm, I don't know if this helps. Maybe this can be called just CTX. Maybe we can put these inside the test. Actually, not both. But I think that these could be put in here for sure. Hmm. Yeah, like this. Okay. So this today. Oh yeah, I saw it. Ask students which language platform they want to learn real-time graphics in. The result was 40% C++, poor souls. They don't know what they're saying. 40% Rust, 20% Zig. Hmm. Okay. Let's see if we are getting anywhere near close to having this stuff work. I think I should be able to do Zig run because Scripty doesn't have dependencies. So let's see if we can do this. Sorry, Zig test. Missing field RNG. Right. We that is fair. Okay. So the problem is that we added this concept of RNG and well, you know what? We could move this here, and then in here we can do instead of side.https we do ctx dot force https. Okay, and so now we don't have any RNG anymore. See how we're doing. Oh, and then obviously this needs to go here. Extensive example value found VM result. Oh, let's double check this. Yeah, so what does run return? A result. What's a result? A value and a location. Interesting. I think that uh, location points to the original string and it tells you that value. It tells you. So if the script is fully evaluated correctly, then obviously the value corresponds to evaluating the the whole expression. So like if it's a chain of like function calls, it's essentially the result of the last function call. But if the evaluation errors out early, let's say that in your chain of function calls, the one in the middle fails, um, then that information tells you where the error was. Again, let's see if we can make the happy path work. Types is not marked pub. Huh. Why is this not going to the diagnostic? Why am I not going to the diagnostic? Oh, because if I'm in the beginning, I need to go to the next diagnostic. It doesn't wrap around. Uh, I mean, I don't know, Helix. I'm not so sure, bro. Are we happy now? Error union is ignored, and then there's the tracy import. So never mind, I lied. We do have a dependency tracy. Understandable. So um, let's reference this test in root. We can do Zig build test. Terminated with signal abort with SDR. Panic. Access of union field string when error is active. What? What? Wait a second. That evaluation resulted in an error. What? How? What did I do wrong? $site.link. We have site from the root context, and site has a link built in. Um. Okay, what are we doing wrong? So let me think about it. The most likely cause for this is that I failed to wire some stuff. So maybe default call did not pick up these built-ins, but this is pub, this is pub, this is pub. We are inside the site. I don't think I'm doing anything particularly stupid. Also, usually if you get some of this stuff wrong, like you get a compile error, not a runtime error. Like if this was, for example, page by mistake, then this results in a then what? Okay, the fact that changing that line did not produce a compile error is making me think that this stuff is just not being picked up. I think that the error is that um, it's telling you that site does not have any built-in. Yeah, I think it's telling you that site doesn't have any built-in because these are not being picked up, and so I can essentially put whatever I want in here, and it's not going to even be evaluated. Okay, so this is the current state of things. Um, let's see, call, default call, example value, example context. Has the call value built-ins for. We use this. Otherwise, we use default built-ins for. I think the problem is we should not be doing this over on value, should we? Oh, you know what? I think this is the problem. I think the problem is I think the problem might be this because we do have built-ins for Let's remove crash. Makes no sense. Ext. Let's remove this as well. Yeah, I think the problem is that here, this thing is, it's another example of wiring, of too much wiring. So essentially, because we have built-ins for, then we are going in here and we're skipping everything else. Um, yeah, that is unfortunate. Hmm. And there is no way of falling back naturally from this. That's unfortunate. Um, okay, so otherwise, else. Uh, do we have field type? Am I making this up? I'm not making this up. Field type exists. Oh, thank God. So we can do this else t field type of example value field t. Well, essentially, we want to do this. And I want to copy this logic. Also, is it really not? It is plural. Oh, here we just want to return the thing. Okay. Okay. I'm relearning how my own code works. We don't need to copy any of this, thankfully. Okay. Is this any better? Type const example context has no members. Right. Hmm. Example context has no member name built-ins. That is a good point. We need to give it to it. Here. SED, right. Here you go. Now there is a bunch of code that is finally getting evaluated. Oh, what am I doing? Access of unifield pointer for field bool is active. Right. There's no number. What are our things? Int float. Okay. Void. Oh, there's also nil. Okay, there we go. It's working. Now we're leaking memory. So, okay, let's stop leaking memory. So here's the problem. Actually, the VM needs to run on a not on a GPA. It needs to run on a arena normally. So let's do this. Okay, there we go. Now we're passing this. And just to double check. Okay, we are correctly evaluating everything as we should. Man, okay, so this is a good exercise because this is showing that there are like the VM setup is a bit more cringe than it should be, probably. um, but that's how you set up a script VM. So, what is the point of this exercise? The point is that when you so the goal was to show people how to set up a super HTML, right? Well, to set up a super HTML, you start by setting up a script VM. So first you need to decide what's your scripty evaluation context. You need to decide, for example, if your context has the concept of a site, the concept of the current page, the concept of um, any other concept, right? We are talking about websites and pages. So this example context kind of winks at that, but it could be anything else. So, it could be that you have an inventory and you're querying the inventory. You could have that you have, like products and locations and offices and I don't know, people. Um, this could be the query language for a database. So you have a database and you have tables and rows and columns and whatnot. I don't know. Um, you should actually be able to pull off a proper database query language with script data. I am confident. So this is the idea. Now, I will admit that there are some convoluted things, like the default stuff that I give you it's in a weird place where it kind of gives you hooks for personalization, like for personalizing behavior. But then at the same time, those hooks seem superfluous because the default thing should opt you into the default thing, and then if you don't want to do the default thing, you just don't do the default thing. So I think that this can be improved, and doing this work here is kind of showing this to me. But in any case, at least we have the whole thing. Maybe I should put in here that like a notice that says no, that some of this stuff is not yet perfect, or I don't know. I'm gonna put it here. I modify the root. Oh yeah. Okay. So hopefully people will know how to use scripting now. That is good. By the way, I see there's a bunch of people watching. So hello everybody. And if anybody has questions about Zig, please feel free, and I'll happy to chat about essentially anything you want. Um, Let me see if I'm missing anything from YouTube. So is YouTube chat already borked? Maybe not. Maybe yes. No, I don't think it's particularly borked. I think. I hope. Okay. Hello, Vancouver. 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 So script is done. Shall we do Super HTML next? Let's do Super HTML. Super HTML should not be much more convoluted than this because Super HTML is literally accept a script EVM and then I stopped following for something like 1 year and a half. Really? Hello, Doom. How is the debug build looking like now? Oh, you mean like incremental compilation? If you are on x86, you should be able to use Zig with watch and incremental. If instead you're using Arch64, it's not quite there yet, but it is. It should be getting close. So, for example, I'm on build of master branch. Let me see if I can show you. Uh, let me see if I can demo this a little bit. Let's do this. I'm jumping back. I'm jumping back to flow. Let's go and do example. But now I'm doing I'm giving it a main function. So I'm thinking of changing this to being a main function. So as a temporary change. So now we're using this from main. This cannot be called outside of a test, but we can turn this into a assert. Okay, so with this surgery, we should be able now to run this as an executable. Although, you know what? To be fair, what did I gain? This I could have done the same from the test. Never mind. There is no point in what I'm doing. So let me do this. Let me let's do a horizontal split maybe. So how do we make an horizontal split, Ghosty? Is it command this? Almost this? There we go. Okay, we have a horizontal split. And then I'm gonna do Zig build test, watch, F incremental. I don't think this is gonna work. It did work. Huh. But wait, if I break this, watching for one processes. Hmm. So I think that this is not a good test because I also the project is so tiny uh, that you cannot really feel much of a difference between having incremental on or off. Let me see if we can try this with a bigger project. Maybe we can try this with Super HTML or even Zine. Although I believe that with bigger projects, I think that with Zine you get a crash, but there's a trick. What you can do is turn on Watch Incremental and then make it target x86-64 macOS. And what's funny about that is that it works because you can run x86-64 Mac executables thanks to Rosetta. Again, running stuff through Rosetta is not the same as running it natively. So there's a performance hit when you execute the program at runtime. So it's like maybe not viable for games. I don't know. But for other stuff, it's a hack that allows you essentially to bypass the fact that the R64 backend is not yet fully complete. Hi, Loris. Would you know if there is a Z Day in Milan in the next months, or are you doing a summer break? I don't know for sure yet because I'm not the one organizing them. But I have the strong impression that there will be more Z Days in Milan before summer break. I would say I'm highly confident of that. Not 100%, not work that I am doing personally, but I think it's more likely going to happen than not. So, okay. Well, we did some work. Okay, let me exit this. We did some work. That is nice. Let's go to Super HTML. Actually, let me take a look at the README. I want to see what that looks like since we didn't have any. Script is a tiny scripting language meant to be embedded in strings or other similar constructs with a host document. Script supports only the basic syntax necessary to build expressions, access fields, uh, call functions, refer to basic literals. You know what? I think I would like to make a couple changes just to the README. So I think we should say this and then comma $foo.packs. Just to show that you can pass arguments. Yeah. Oh, and I still have the wrong path below. Uh, okay. Okay, so here we have some fuzzing work that we have not committed. Man. Um, so this is an unfortunate situation. Currently, trying to fuzz Super HTML um, weirdly causes the fuzzer to, well, the program to deadlock at some point. And it's unclear if it's a problem with the fuzzing harness or, well, with the fuzz runner or with Super HTML itself. And the fact that this is coming after the 0.16 update, I mean, I think it's likely that it is the fuzzer itself and not my project, but I can't say for sure because I might have broken something unknowingly. Nah, whatever, fuzzer. Okay, what's the Super HTML README look like? This one is definitely more complete. Also, why is GitHub like this? Like, why is it doing this? Bro, you have so much space in there. Why are you? The vibe coding will continue until uptime improves. We also have a bunch of issues and PRs. Input regex pattern. Role and area attributes. Hmm. Okay, in any case, our goal for now is to show people how to use this as a library, as a templating library. So the README is pretty good, I think. Um, More on that soon. Yeah, that's been like this for a while. Let's make an example file in here as well, I think, which then we can add to our test. So here's the thing. We need to make a script EVM. And guess what? We just spent the time to make one. So we might as well just essentially steal everything. It's I'm gonna say it's maybe a little bit cringe. But yeah. Okay, let's remove all the comments. And let's just say uh, to define a super HTML VM, you need first to define a scripty VM. Uh, okay. Then from this, you need to make a super HTML VM. So, or no, you don't. It makes the scripty VM internally. Oh yeah, yeah. We do this internally. Okay, so now this is not all there is to it because Super HTML requires you to have a couple concepts that are specific to Super HTML, meaning that um, your types. You know what? Maybe this should be moved up here. And then below we'll leave the type definitions. I think this could be an improvement also for Scripty. So what I'm saying is this goes up. Yeah, so like this is how you define it, this is how you use it, and these are the details of how these types work. I think I like this. Does it work? It should. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so this is usage code. Now source is going to be more complicated. Source is going to be, I think we should put what I haven't seen. This. Oh, this is complicated though. I think we can have our HTML be something like this. I think this would be reasonable. Now, the thing is, a VM here. Okay, do we really also not have an init? I don't believe it. Yeah, no, we do have an init this time. And boy, do you have to provide stuff. So you need to provide an arena. You need to provide a pointer to context, and that makes sense. You need to provide a layout entry point. Wait, you need to provide the AST of that layout? Yeah, I guess because discovery happens afterwards. Okay, that makes sense. Content name. Huh. Yeah, you have to provide stuff. Okay, let's do it. Okay, we need outwriter and error writer. Um, I mean, in this context, uh, uh, I guess we need to make them allocating writers. Okay, that's kind of how this should be. Out of written, although these tests go down here. And now we need to invoke the VM correctly in here. Okay, well, true VM.run does not accept any argument. What does it return? Done quota out of memory error dot done. Quote out of memory. There is no interrupting here. One template, one snippet. Snippets are not really implemented yet, but the error is in here. Let's do it like this. Unreachable, because these guys can only run out of memory. Although they don't return out of memory, they return a writing failure. So, okay, I think this should be mapped here. Okay. So one template needs to be implemented, and I don't remember how that works. So, I mean, I think that for now we can make this unreachable as well. This is fine. Let's just get this out of the way. Okay, I see how we're doing with in terms of errors. There's no .html. What do we call it then? Super HTML. Okay, there. Error union is ignored. Oh yeah, these are all tries. Try. Next problem. Or out of memory. Try. Okay, it's the next problem. No field name interface in writer allocating. Oh, because those are already writers, I think. No, it's because it's dot writer, not dot interface, right? Like since they implement multiple interfaces, actually no, they don't implement multiple interfaces, but they have multiple stuff in them. So instead of interface, it's called writer. Fine. Union expander or union type of found VM. Oh, the VM instantiation cannot fail. That's here. Well, there we go. That's what we're hitting now. What we're hitting now is the fact that Super HTML has some concepts that have to be present in your evaluation context. When you provide a script evaluation context, you have to have the concept of an optional because Super HTML has if that unwraps optionals. So you need to have optionals. I think we need option and iterator. Okay, so unfortunately now we're gonna have to fiddle around to define these things. So how do you define an optional? Well, you know what we can do? We can steal. Oh, this is so good. The fact that we can steal. We can steal. So an optional contains a value, has no built-ins, has no dot, passed by ref is false. So let's do it. Mm, now the problem is that here we need to be careful with this stuff because it requires extra fiddling because optional is like self-referential and that gets the metaprogramming to go insane if you are not careful. For example, I don't think we need nil. Uh, yeah, there we go. Example optional. So now we have a loop. How did we solve this? How did we solve this in Zine? So in certain terms, we solved it because we heap allocate every time you want to put something in an optional. And this in concrete terms helps. But here we are getting the straight up evaluation loop problem. Oh, I think I know how it is. I think that's how you do it, right? Yeah. And that gets us to the point where, well, now we need the concept of an iterator. So, okay. Oh, wait. This says optional equals null. So, wait. The optional is not meant to be a pointer. The optional is meant to just be this. Can you do this? Seems so far so good. I mean, it's still complaining about iterator, so that's fine. Iterator, iterator. I guess we can put these definitions in here right away, whatever. Um, so yeah, the problem is that this needs stuff because it needs to be used. Like it's actually used by Super HTML. Uh, and it needs to have a next. It also needs to have a from array. Interesting. So we might be forced to also have the concept of arrays. Man. We might need all this logic at this point. Hmm. Yeah, we need also the array definition. That is so annoying. Okay, let's comment this out for now and let's see where we get. Oh, whoops. Am I doing it? I'm definitely doing this not where we should be doing this. From array, comment it out. Hopefully we don't need it. Okay, let's see what we get next. Dependency loop with length 2. Okay, so this is an optional pointer then. Your example value has no member named optional. Right, because Super HTML expects you to have the definition in there. That sucks because I don't really want to put them. You know what? Fuck it. I'm put them at the bottom. Iterator is not marked pub. Fair. No field name CTX instruct example context. Wait, what the heck we expect CTX to be? Well, now we know. This guy is also needs to be there. Template CTX is Super HTML utils CTX. Uh, has no member named Neil. Okay, so never mind. We do need Neil. To do add support for optional iterator example value. Right. These are the from to transformations that we are definitely missing. Okay, let's see. So if I have an optional const to example value dot optional, what do you return? Well, if it is there, else nil. I think if we get this wrong, we can copy it from Zine. But so far so good. Oh, and this is mutable. And the last is add support for this motherfucker. Yeah, I have no clue what this thing is. I genuinely have no clue what this thing is even supposed to be. Why? I forgot everything, man. Type bool does not support field access. Hmm. Oh, sorry, no, this is super HTML stuff. Where's the utils stuff? Utils CTX. A special map that contains all the attributes defined on CTX in the current scope. Oh, there we go. Here's what it is. So, okay. So an example, we just need to add this then to the list of types. And well, I don't know. Let's see. Next problem. Add support for that. That makes sense. So if you see a super HTML utils example value, what do? You return it like that. Okay, so now we have problems that bool does not support field access. And I think it's because in super HTML, booleans are expected to be structs. I don't know why I ended up doing this. Yeah. I guess it's because I wanted to give it a bunch of um, built-ins and this was convenient and I didn't want to use the other mechanic. Oh yeah, now I'm starting to remember. Um, I think that what I ended up concluding is that it was not worth having private primitive fields, primitive types directly used naked in Super HTML, and it was much better to keep them wrapped in structs. So essentially, instead of having a naked boolean, you have a struct that contains the boolean value, and so that way you like it's an operation that you can always do no matter what the original type is. You can just always wrap it in a struct, and so that way you essentially this way you can have one unified way of giving built-ins to everything. So that way you can simplify some of the other stuff. I should actually do this. I should actually go back into Scripty and enshrine this learning actually in there as well. So essentially, this is supposed to be like this. How do we do it? The dot? There's no dot definition. Okay, I mean you can't do dot on booleans. So actually, I mean other than calling functions, there's no fields. Okay, let's see how we're faring. Return bool. Where's the return boolean example? 225. Oh, here. Let's see. Expected type found what? Oh, right. So 235, I wrote something wrong. Here you can't just return v, you have to wrap it, of course. Accessible unit field pointer while field struct is active. Huh. Okay, this sucks because now. Okay, you know what? Let's nuke built-in for. Let's just nuke built-in for. Add support for example value. No field name value in consuate. Yeah, so we're turning all these things into wrap types like this. There you go. And now in the from tools, like this. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Now some of my mapping functions are wrong. Yeah. And we're gonna have to do the same with numbers, I suspect. There's no dot in this guy. Huh. In line else, 192. So our dot function is also too naive. Let's do dot optional as well. Not exactly a primitive value, but add support for bool. Type usize does not support field access. Okay, so we are now getting into the rest of the wrapping issues. So int float. I mean, it's essentially these multiple times. Okay. I believe this was mentioned earlier, so I'm not gonna add them blanket unless I see a corresponding error. Expected I64 found use size. I guess we can incast. Has support for bool. Let me comment this out because I'm not sure we were asked for that. Expected example of a string found near it. Oh. $114. There is no render for error. Oh, the expectations are there's more expectations. Render for error. Like how to render a given value for an error. That makes sense. That's fair. Okay. Expected IO fatal out IO. Catch return. Okay. Template expects also us to have an array. And it also expects iterator from array to work. I think this is the last hurdle that we have to jump through. Yeah. So what's an array? I think that an array is not abstract. Never mind, it is definitely abstract. And then it contains items which are private field even because you can't access them directly. Cool. Okay, so let's add array. Not here. Oh no, here instead. Yes. Maybe we can avoid first and last. So let's see. Remove the non-essential stuff. Uh, sample value. Sample value. Well, you know what? Slice says actually not even necessary. Just give it at. That's already a lot. Array doesn't have dot. Array should not have dot. Wait a second. Oh no, array should definitely have dot. What am I saying? Okay, expected is output, instead found this. First difference occurs there. Well, that's bad. Uh, that's bad. So we got past all the build errors. Now we are running the test, and well, we're not getting much back. Also, we're not fading the error stuff, which is actually a little bit worrying because um, we're not even seeing error messages there. So I think I might have bungled some copy paste of the definition of dot. So this, let's see, pub const dot. Let's see all the dots. This is okay. This one is okay. Okay, this one is okay. This one is okay. This one is okay. This one is for iterator. That's fine. This one is for array. That's fine. And we're back. Okay, so no, I did not mess up the calls to dot. So why are we hating on... so what is going on here? Why are we hating on this whole thing? Also, what if I put an error? Like, here's an error. Do we see the scripty error? I'm gonna try to put some errors in there and see what happens. Yeah. So we hit the fatal error. Oh, you know what? The thing is, uh, in here we should do this. Technically also regards to the rest, but let's see. So here we should have inside the error writer that there's the error. Okay, so the error contains we do have proper error reporting. This is cool. This is good. But when we run normally, we don't see any error message. We just see nothing. Which is surprising. Let me put another error. Let me put a super HTML error in this case, not a scripty one. Uh, this should be reported as an error. Why is this not being reported as an error? Like this, or okay, let me make it something. Let me make it even worse. Like this should be reported. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this causes a parsing error. How comes that this does not cause a parsing error? I would have expected this also to cause a parsing error. Also, is it the somehow the missing new line at the end causes trouble? It shouldn't, but I am confused by this behavior. Hmm. Okay, out of curiosity, what if we had no scripty, no logic to process at all? Just basic HTML that needs to be printed out as is. How would we fare? We don't print anything. That is really bizarre. But I think it shows that we are facing the problem that I think we're facing, which is sorry, that the problem is like more general, like something is not being flashed or something along those lines. Actually, this break should not be here now that I think about it. We only break on dawn. Is this it? No. Hmm. Oh, I'm an idiot. This needs to be the out writer, not the arrow writer. God damn it. Yeah, and now we see the output. Oh my god. There we go. Test passing. So this is how you set up a basic Super HTML evaluation environment. It is a little bit involved. I will admit that it is a little bit involved. I think that it's also made worse by the fact that um, I had some realizations on how it is best to design the some of the stuff, and then I forgot about some of this stuff. So like right now, Scripty allows you to do things that are let's just say a little bit foot gunny because are features that I ended up abandoning in when using everything from Super HTML, but I never went back into Scripty in order to nuke what was there. Maybe we can do this now. It might not be a bad idea to go there now and, for example, uh, kill what's it called? Like the whole built-ins for stuff, for example. So simplify default call and assume that everything is a struct. So it turns out that we never needed this. Okay. 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 Well, this was essentially this was it. Uh, yeah, I definitely learned something for sure. This stuff is more complicated than it should be, without a doubt. I would say not terribly so, but definitely some at the very least. So I think we want to also update this example to be better. Also, yeah, I don't know because this VM is run in a way that produces a result while the other one does not. But I mean, that is, I think, an inherent difference between the two VMs. There's nothing you can do. One should have a break, the other one should not have a break. Although the other could also have a break when it returns a non-error code, when it returns void, which is something that it's always capable of doing. So ultimately, honestly, giving it error.done doesn't really do much. Yeah, we could remove error.done and then just have also the other VM like change the usage code so that you do while through break. Also, we probably should remove the concept of interrupts from scripty. I think in hindsight they are kind of useless. I mean, cool idea, sure, but kind of useless. The reasoning being that in theory you could like interrupt and then when you trigger the interrupt here you can look at some state, like for example you can inspect something that was set in context or whatever that tells you that you need maybe to do something before you can continue the evaluation. But at the same time you can just have one of the built-in functions, like you can just since you can inject private fields, like you can inject logic and pass in resources any way you want. There really is nothing to gain by having execution bubble up here, do something, and then you go back down. You might as well, while you're down, like while you're inside the VM, you execute your function. Like the VM is not doing anything else in any case in the meantime while executing your function. So it's not like it's multi-threaded. So like inherently multi-threaded. So yeah. Let me write this down as like to dos. Remove interrupts from scripty. Um, Simplify default call and outlaw primitive types. Then remove error.done from super HTML. I think these are the main things. Read ready, waiting, pending. So a VM cannot start in waiting, and on interrupt, the VM state goes into waiting. I see. So don't do this anymore. I think that we can kill the waiting state also. Insert value. Hmm. I'll never make the VM usable again. Let's see. Unless it's quota. Hello, Julian. ext returns error.interrupt. Right, this was an example where we were doing this. No, not anymore. Or there was the interrupt text. Don't do it anymore. Okay. Whew. Goes away. EM264. What's your problem, man? Unhandle error.interrupt. No, you're making this up. There is interrupt mentioned. God damn it, in default call. No more. Okay. There we go. So this is one. Simplify default call to and remove primitive types. Right. So how do you do this? Let's start from default dot. Call default dot on a type. And you say context value, and then you define if it's mutable, and then you have constify, which generates a type and an appropriate type definition. Then default dot expects context to be a struct. Yeah. For fields. If the field has an underscore, we skip it. Otherwise, if equal f dot name path. So we call it path, but it's like a component by ref. Okay. Otherwise, it returns an error that says field not found. I'm thinking that we should force dot behavior like to be like this. This is another thing that I remember realizing. Basically, while it is certainly cool that you can have all kinds of weird shit happening whenever you do dot, but it is nice to say that when you do dot something, it is just a natural property navigation, while when you want fancier behavior, you call a function. That, I believe, is also a distinction that makes sense. Which means, which means, which essentially means that I'm thinking that this like default dot thing should be the behavior, like of everything. And if something has a decal that says no, you can't do dot on this thing, then then for that one we do nothing somehow. Okay, this requires some metaprogramming wrestling, some serious metaprogramming wrestling. Also, this thing default built-ins for. And then default call. Oh, okay. Oof. Okay, so let's say that we want to force this behavior. Everything has to work like this. You know what? At least now that we have example, we can iterate on these, I think, more nicely. Uh, because you can do Zig build test, check if everything works. So let's start from example. Okay, so how does this look like? This should look like um, that essentially you don't get to personalize your dot function. All you get to say is, can it be navigated at all or not? So something like pubconst navigable. And for example, here we say true. So we don't do this. We say, is it navigable? Okay. Okay, so that means that we don't have dot in here anymore. So that's how it starts. You remove dot from example value, which now causes a failure in the VM. So we go into the VM, line 296, where we're saying, okay, dot path, we're trying to do dot. But here we want this dot implementation to be the one that we use always, which I think can be like simplified significantly. Actually, oh wait, I'm just gonna copy it. 596, what was it? Yeah. I think that this can be made a generic function. Like this can be done in a simpler manner. Right, though there's also the mutability aspect. Some things want to be mutable, some things do not want to be mutable. How does that work? Uh, so previously we were writing this explicitly, and we were saying, okay, when you do dot on this thing, are we going to be mutable or not? But this is ultimately decided by how this value is defined in the big value union. So, ah, to be honest though, I was about to say that doesn't matter much, but I think it does because for stuff that it will pass by ref, it definitely does matter. Hmm. Okay, so how are we doing dot? We're calling value dot dot, and value is a value. Which, by the way, it's interesting because hmm, 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 context. Here we're looking at the fields of context in order to do things, but context is, I think what we call context here is essentially it's the value, it's the specific value. Let me find an example of this stuff, maybe in, well, example, which we might not have updated yet. I think that this guy has, uh, Yeah, you pass. So the quote unquote context is that it's like specific value, value union, specific value type. So this context is what a shitty name, man, for this. Okay, so what we're doing is we're looking at value type. We're expecting it to be a struct, and then yeah, we're doing the normal stuff. So value it's any type. We can call this value union. I think this will be better, maybe. And then there's the mutability problem. Now, this actually cannot return error out of memory. You should only be able to return value union. And so essentially we do this. There's still the mutability problem though. We cannot forget about that. So yeah, just by looking at the type, we don't know much about its mutability. That is the problem. Although we know if this is a pointer, if this is a mutable pointer, so if value is a mutable pointer to a struct, then yeah. Actually, concept was just about this was only about it was only about defining this. Maybe this is gonna be fine. Whoops. I think the only thing that remains is that something could be optional. But you know what? Optionals are also primitive values, so those should also be wrapped in a struct. So we look at all the fields. Where from? Oh, I see. But this can okay. So this is where the GPA stuff comes from. Now I see. That is fair. So I think that's how dots should be. Mm, wait a second. Value is of type value. I feel like I'm missing something because this value here, I think is the value union. I think I should start calling it value union. Yeah. Hello, can we rename this? It only renames the other one? What the fuck? Oh my god. ZLS. What are you doing to me? Okay, I think it's fine calling it value. I think I get it. Do-do-do-do-do. Mm, Now, this is not correct though, because we need to look. The type info is not this whole thing. It's the type of the current active case. I wonder though where the unwrapping was happening before, because this guy does not look like it's doing any freaking unwrapping, is it? No, it's not doing the unwrapping because it's okay, because it's Yeah, no, there's something fishy going on. Because here we are accepting a specific type. This is not the union type. This is the union type. Well, here we are expecting the specific type, which we ask her to be a struct. So how were we calling dot inside of VM on it previously? Because this was val. Also, we were copying it and making it mutable. Holy crap. Holy crap. Oh, the unwrapping was happening in the dot function of the union. The dot function of the union was unwrapping for us. That's where that was happening. Okay. So let's not do this anymore. Ideally. Oh no, we okay, never mind. We need to because we're looping on this. Should you be passive val instead of value to dot? Indeed, yes. Thank you. Yeah. You just saved me some wasted time in debugging. Correct. Yeah, so we're copying it because we're looping on it. That makes sense. We keep going down. That makes sense. So that means that here we don't care much about this. What we care about is the type of the active tag. So active tag of value, and then we want to do type info of add field value active. This returns the tag. Okay. So this needs to become um, tag name of active. I suspect that there are some problems here, though. Okay, we already have some comp time runtime problems here that we're gonna have to fix. In any case, once we reach the actual concrete thing, man, you know what? I think we need an inline four, an outer inline four. There's no way around it. Hmm. No, I think it's like a switch with an inline else. Essentially, we switch on the. Yeah, I think it's a big switch, right? So we know that this is a union. V is a union. switch on value, inline else. That gives us the tag and the actual value. So then everything else goes in here. And we switch on the type info of V. Hmm. And then we look at all the fields of this bad boy. Hopefully this makes sense. Hopefully this makes sense. Accepted type found tag. Or is it the opposite? Unable to resolve com time value. No fill-in fields in built-in type. Um, Actually, field start while field int is active. That is correct. That is correct in the sense that it is. I mean, it's correct, but it's also wrong. Can we reduce the number of tests of things that we test for? Yeah. Okay, so if this is correct, then this has a type which is an int, which is not wrapped. So int float. Oh, error is a string. String bool. There's also nil, which is void. Well, you know what? Here's what we can do. Wait. We can leave them as is for now. What we can do is switch on type info. If it's str, great. If it's pointer, great. Actually, else shouldn't be that. I think we can make else a just a return. Uh, Okay. And here we do this. Opera, the switch loop has comp time only. Oh, come on. Yes, it does, but come on. Switch. It does, but I think we could have done it anyway. So if this is a struct, else return not found. Yeah. Let's see how this goes. Success. Success. That easy? That is a little bit too easy. I'm sus. I'm sus that it was this easy. Although to be fair, the example is just like doing one thing, so maybe that one thing was not stressing any of the things that we are touching. Yeah, look, we're not doing dot anything. We're just doing function calls. Let's do navigation. Site dot name. Give me site dot name. How about that? It does work. It gave us example website. Page dot content. Yeah. Okay, so that means that we have successfully. Now here's what we need to do. We need to kill default dot and update everything that breaks accordingly. Okay, no more const dots. We still build. So this still works. Now there's the idea that we wanted to say, look, this type should not be possible to navigate. Do we want to do that? You know what? Maybe it's a good idea to not have the ability to do that whatsoever. I think it's not a bad idea to not have navigable, because if you don't want something to be navigable, then you just use underscore prefix stuff. Yeah. Although that does make it uglier for the wrap types, because then you cannot just give them dot value. You have to give them dot underscore value. But I mean, it's not the end of the world. Okay, so with this, we got rid of default dot. So let's also change the description. Okay, private won't be accessible to users. Okay. So this is a thing I think already worthy of a commit. Do we pass all tests? We even pass all tests. That's crazy. What can I say? So we remove this dot. Map to start field navigation. Originally, Scripty allowed you to execute arbitrary logic when um, when evaluating dot field navigation, e.g. foo.bar, .buzz, uh, this ability has been removed in favor of one standardized way of evaluating uh, dot field navigation. One-to-one mapping to struct field navigation underscore that's not accessible by users. This is done partially for some. This change simplifies the amount of boiler plate one has to write to set up a VM and uh, and paves the road for future static analysis work. In general, it's good that field navigation only performs what it looks like it's doing, and that more complex logic is reserved for function call syntax where, where it's clear that extra logic might be running. Okay. So I think this is a good thing. Um, the next is removing default call, or rather, um, yeah, essentially coming up with a standardized with convention for making that work, uh, which is easy. We can do it. So that we also get that piece of simplification. I think the next step is going to be to update Super HTML to use newer Ziggy, to use newer Scripty, and update that example as well. I don't know, maybe do some simplification with regards to Scripty to Super HTML itself, although I don't think that is easy. And then ultimately, we would need to upstream this to Zin as well. In any case, I think that this was good work, what we did for now. I'm going to stop here though. Again, I have to do the default call stuff. That's fair, but it's getting kind of late. 4 hour stream. So I'm getting back into doing longer streams. Although again, as I said in the past, I don't want to rush it. So bit by bit. Uh, so I think I'm going to call it a day here. I'm going to have dinner. And maybe I'm going to do some more work of my own. So I don't know. I hope you had a good time and that you learned something. And I'll see you all next time.